Hello. Hey friends. Welcome back. We're gonna continue our reading and then get into some some biomutant media. So, yeah, I guess you'll play Minecraft. All right. So we're continuing in chapter 13. If you are just now catching on to this, we're going through Matthew Everyone, written by N.T. Wright. It's really good. It first does a portion of the scripture, and then it does into a little commentary. It generally gives a story. I love this stuff. Alright, so right now we're in Matthew chapter 13, 44 through 53. The kingdom of heaven, Jesus continues, is like a treasure hidden in a field. Someone found it and hid it, and in great delight went off and sold everything he possessed, and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a trader who was looking for fine pearls, and who found one that was spectacularly valuable. He went off and sold everything he possessed, and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was thrown into the sea. It collected every type of fish. When it was full, the fishermen brought it to shore. They sat down, selected the good ones. Let's just have this muted while I read so there's no echo. Which they put into a bucket, but they threw out the bad ones. That's what it will be like at the close of the age. The angels will go off and separate the wicked from the righteous, and they will throw them into the fiery furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Have you understood all this? Jesus asked. Yes, they answered. Well then, he said to them, every scribe who has been trained for the kingdom of heaven is like a householder who brings out of his storeroom some new things and some old things. When Jesus had finished these parables, he went away from there. I went last week to the final concert in a great music festival. The hall, a cathedral actually, was packed to overflowing. It was a fine summer evening, and everyone had come determined to enjoy themselves. The two main pieces of music that were played were both beautiful, wonderfully performed, and rapturously received. But it's safe to say that if the advertisement had only mentioned the first of them, not many people would have come. The first piece was a little-known concerto by a little-known composer. The second was a well-known and popular symphony by a famous composer. But the festival organizers had done their work well. They knew that well-known work would bring the crowd in, and that once they were there, the same people will be delighted to discover the little-known work, a piece of real passion and power. Jesus, saying about the householder who produces from his storeroom some new things and some old things, is making that sort of point, only sharper. For him, the new things are the extraordinary, brand new visions that the kingdom of heaven is bringing. The old things are the wisdom of the centuries, particularly the ancient stories and hopes of Israel. The gospel he brings, and the gospel that Matthew is concerned to tell us about, consists in bringing the two together, rooting the new deep within the old, and allowing the old to come to fresh and exciting expression in the new. Perhaps Matthew is hinting, only he, after all, has this saying about the household, that this is his own special vision of what a Christian scribe should be like. Perhaps, in fact, he means it not least as a description of the book he's writing, in which precisely the combination of old and new is what strikes us again and again. Jesus and his kingdom message are meant to startle us, but part of the really shocking thing is that when we blink and rub our eyes, we see that they are the true fulfillment of the long story of God and Israel, and indeed of God and the world. This chapter, with these parables, is the central point in Matthew's Gospel. Note the way in which verse 53 echoes and prepares for the other sections ending 7-2. As we saw at the end of chapter 7, the shape of the book is meant to look back to the old and familiar pattern, reminding the careful reader of the 5 books of Moses. But the book's content is new and explosive. If that's so, then there is a decision to be made, and made urgently. The gospel of the kingdom isn't a pleasant religious idea that you might like to explore sometimes when you got an hour or two to spare. It isn't like an attractive object in the museum that you might visit and look at admirably the next time you're in the district. It's like a fabulous hoard of treasure, yours for the taking. If you'll sell everything else to buy the field where it's hidden, it's like the biggest, finest, purest pearl that any jeweler ever imagined. It is yours for the taking. If you'll sell everything else, including all the other pearls you've ever owned, in order to purchase it. Do you hear that, my friend? So the kingdom of heaven following Jesus is not like you add a Gatorade to your collection of Gatorades. It's like you sell all your Gatorades, you sell all your video games, you get rid of everything for. Well, you sell all your stuff. So pretty much it's saying like you give up everything for Jesus. And the nice part is when you serve him, he's like go like what we're doing right now. We're just playing video games together and taking moments to talk about him. But video games compares to nothing how good Jesus is. So here's video games on the bottom of the pole, and here's Jesus on the top of the pole. So there ever come a time between serving Jesus and playing video games, we always got to go serve Jesus. Like if it became a part where like owning all these awesome computers will get in the way of serving Jesus, I'll destroy them with a hammer. The two little parables at the start of this section cut right across the idea, fashionably in the ancient world as well as the modern one, that the different religions and the experiences they offer are like a set of pearls which you could collect. There is only one great pearl. There is only one hoard of treasure, and everything else is nothing beside it. The pearl, the treasure, is the gospel of the kingdom which Jesus was announcing and embodying. That is the shock, the new thing. Without that, all you got is the old thing. The same old story that half the world believed then and believes still. The decision is all the more urgent because the world isn't simply going round and around in circles. As many religions and philosophies, I'm having a hard time with that word, I guess. Philosophies teach. It's going in a straight line towards a goal. It's going there quite fast. The coming of Jesus began the process of a final judgment. As he taught and lived the kingdom, the world was divided sharply into two. Into those who were swept off their feet by him and those who resisted and rejected his gospel. That process continues through the first century. It reached a climax when the city and regime... Water. That process could... That process continued through the first generation. It reached a climax when the city and regime that had rejected Jesus was destroyed by the Romans in AD 70. It continues still and will do so until the day when God will remake the whole world in justice and truth. And all who have shaped and formed themselves around injustice and lies will find that they are like the bad fish that the fishermen will be forced to throw away. The choice is real, stark, and sharp. The parables in this chapter are a challenge to us at two levels: understanding and action. Understanding without action is sterile. Action without understanding is exhausting and useless. As we ponder Jesus' story and think about what they meant then and mean now, we should always be asking ourselves, what might it mean today to be a scribe trained for the kingdom of heaven? How can we be sure in our thinking, our speaking, and our lives that we are both rooted in the old and also bearing the new, fresh fruit of the kingdom of heaven? We got a few more of this.
And then this will be last.
No, we got two more. We got this and one more.
I have to say this will be last one.
No, we got one more after this.
Yep.
Yep, because we're doing half chapter. So we got that. We got this. And then we got this. The death of John the Baptist. We end after we finish reading the death of John the Baptist. Do you know what happens to John the Baptist?
No.
I won't spoil it for you. Matthew chapter 13, 54 through 58. Opposition in Nazareth. Jesus came to the town where he had been brought up. So this is Bible part. He taught them in their synagogue, and they were astonished. Where did this fellow get this wisdom and these powers? They said. Isn't he the carpenter's son? Isn't his mother called Mary, and his brothers James, Joseph, Simon, and Judah? And aren't all his sisters here with us? So where does he get it all from? They were offended by him. So Jesus said to them, no prophet lacks respect, except in his own town and his own house. He didn't perform any works there, because they didn't believe him. Because they didn't believe.
No, not perfect.
Yep. Now commentary. She came home from school with all the wide-eyed excitement of an eager 8-year-old, clutching the clarinet case to her like a favorite teddy bear. She had had her first music lesson on the new instrument that morning. She couldn't wait to get the instrument out and show it to her parents. She put the music carefully on the shiny new stand. She adjusted the reed the way she'd been shown. Suddenly, conscious of her audience, she tried to play the little tune the teacher had taught her. As with every other beginner, some of the notes sounded right, but several came out with a squawk like a distressed hen. Her father, tired after a long working day, couldn't bear it. Her mother, trying to say the right thing, suggested she go and play the tune in the other room. She held back her tears until she was out of the door. A few squawks could be heard from the other room, then silence. Within a few weeks, the clarinet had been returned to the school and the lessons cancelled. 10 years later, when I met her, the memory of rejection was still fresh and unhealed. Alright, we know that families are often less tolerant of their own members than of people from outside. We know that people are often ready to learn new things from other people but not from their parents or children. But surely we think Jesus should have been different. After all, he was Jesus, the Son of God, the greatest teacher the world has ever known. Surely his own family and village will welcome him with open arms. Part of the whole point of the gospel is that Jesus was an exception. He was, and is, one of us. As Sean says,
What the heck? This is when I even
maybe the LED's dead. I don't know.
Oh, okay. At least this is still good. Stats are like up that make point.
Do you see what's happening here, friend?
Yep.
So when Jesus went to his hometown, what happened?
Yeah.
Close. Pretty much, people are like, that's Jesus. I know his family.
Oh,
He's no one special. They're doing things like that.
things fun. Fun up.
No. Oh yeah, they're like, dude, this guy's a joke. That's pretty much what they're saying.
Very make fun.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
They were scoffing.
Sure.
Part of the whole point of the gospel is that Jesus was an exception. He was and is one of us. As John says, he came to his own, and his own didn't receive him. He's the boy from down the street, they said. He's just a local lad, and here is his brothers and sisters still living with us. He can't be anyone special. Perhaps it requires a particular kind of humility to hear something new and disturbing from someone very familiar. Certainly it requires something the people in Nazareth didn't have. Matthew places his instance right after a long series of Jesus' parables of the kingdom. And it's a stark warning to anyone who might suppose that Jesus' teaching was meant to be a matter of simple and straightforward lessons about life, morality, spirituality, or whatever that anyone with half a brain will pick up easily. Far from it. The teaching, if we want to call it that, is shocking, explosive, and dangerous. Sensitive people would be worried about it. People who had known the teacher from boyhood would be tempted to doubt whether he could possibly be serious. Perhaps he should go and play this funny tune out in the backyard. Better still, in the next town. Jesus' rejection at Nazareth foreshadows, of course, the wider rejection of his message and ministry by his Jewish contemporaries as a whole. Their challenge to this prophetic and healing powers is a distant sign of the violent challenge that will come from the chief priest and the Roman soldiers right at the end. And it reminds us, though people with experience of Christian ministry will scarcely need too much reminder, that preaching the gospel is never easy, never something that can be done, as it were, on autopilot. If it is truly Jesus we're talking about, it's the Jesus whose own town folks didn't want to believe in him. At the same time, there is comfort and encouragement hidden in the story too, if we know where to dig for it. The very point the villagers refer to, Jesus' mother, Mary, and his brothers, James, Joseph, Simon, and Judah, seem at this point to have joined in the general disapproval. But all that changed after Jesus' resurrection. Many of his relatives became great leaders in the early church, and none greater than his brother James. Those who at present seem to be hardened against the message can still be reached by a further act of God's love and power. There is comfort too, though of a dangerous variety, in Jesus' own comments about the normal fate of prophets. Of course, just because people are offended by what you say, that doesn't mean you are telling the truth, that you are a heaven-sent true prophet, and it may simply mean that you're talking a lot of nonsense. But equally, if the signs that God is at work are there elsewhere, as they were abundantly, of course, in Jesus' case, that the fact of rejection, not least in one's own home district, should never be taken as an indication that one is off track, that God has withdrawn his blessing. In fact, rejection can sometimes be a strange encouragement, provided we understand such a moment with humility. It can become a further indication, albeit a dark and negative one, that God is truly at work. If a new creation and new life are going forward, those who have invested heavily in the old creation, the old ways of life, are bound to be offended. But make sure, before you use this argument in your own favor, that the offense in question is the gospel itself, and not something about the messenger. Curious. Hello, 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 hello. Low, 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 low. So just from bouncing off the walls. Low, 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 low. Hello. Doesn't pick up as bad that time. So it definitely seems like it's. Is it coming from this end? This end? This end? It picks up less from over there. Alright. Alright, last section, Charlie. Bible time. So this is about John the Baptist. This is where we're going to learn how he died. At that time, Herod, the Tetrarch, heard reports about Jesus. "This fellow must be John the Baptist," he said to his servants. "He has been raised from the dead. That's why these powers are at work in him." This is what had happened. Herod had seized John, tied him up, and put him in prison because of Herodias, the wife of his brother Philip. John had been telling him that it wasn't right for him to have her. Herod wanted to kill him, but he was afraid of the crowd because they reckoned that John was a prophet. When Herod's birthday came around, the daughter of Herodias danced for the assembly company and delighted Herod. So he swore a great oath that he would give her whatever she requested. Prompted by her mother, she said, "Give me, here, on the platter, the head of John the Baptizer." The king was sorry, but because of his oaths and his guests, he gave orders for it to be given to her. He sent to the prison and had John beheaded. His head was brought on a platter and given to the girl, and she passed it on to her mother. His disciples came and took away the body and buried it. Then they came and told Jesus. So do you hear what happened to John the Baptist?
How did he die?
Herod beheaded him. Huh? He got decapitated, yeah, that's what beheaded means.
Oh, that's? What that mean that's
That's suffocating something entirely different.
But there's one to say if you don't get it right, yeah, it's all. That's what I'm just doing that.
Imagine a movie set in the desert. The plot requires that the hero should travel across barren, dusty country for several days, somehow surviving not only the heat and drought but also the attacks of predators. At the very beginning of the journey, he sees a shadow crossing the ground in front of him. We look up and see a huge bird of prey swooping down as though to attack him. He escapes, but from time to time as the journey goes on, we see the shadow again and know that danger is not far away. The traveler is not the only one making the journey. Ahead of him is a friend who has gone on to try to find the way. Suddenly, in the middle of the journey, we see the shadow getting bigger and bigger. The predator is coming in for the attack, but the object of the attack is the friend who's gone on ahead. He has ventured too deep into the bird's territory and pays the ultimate price. As the awful scene recedes, we return to the hero, knowing not only too well what may lie ahead for him as well. The shadow that falls across Matthew's gospel here is the house of Herod. Brooding, malevolent, ready to swoop and kill anything that tries to cross its path. Herod the Great tried to kill Jesus as a baby and failed. Now Herod the Tetrarch, Antipas, one of the many sons of the earlier Herod, is swooping down to attack. Halfway through the story, where we wonder, is it all going? John has cleared the path for Jesus by warning people of the coming kingdom and preparing them for the coming king. He has made it clear in his preaching that Herod can't be the true king of the Jews, the Messiah. His moral life is such a mess that the idea is unthinkable. That's probably what lies behind John's attack on Herod's bizarre marriage, stealing his own brother's wife. It isn't just that Herod is an adulterer, but that such behavior demonstrates that he can't be the Lord's anointed. But John, in the end, is powerless before the present king. The bird of prey swoops down and destroys him, and we, Matthew's readers, have a clearer idea of what may yet lie in store for the man who is following in John's footsteps. We also get a clear idea of what that fate, when it comes, might mean. John dies, you might say, because of Herod's wickedness. Herod has a lust for power. John stands in his way. He has a lust for women. He's already stolen his brother's wife, and now he is aroused by her daughter, his niece. They can twist him round their fingers. Not that he took much twisting. He is proud and drunk, and the two together make him promise more than he intend and deliver more than he should. Herod's failing come together in a brush, and John's death is the result. The prophet, who has warned the king and the people what will happen to the wicked, suffers their fate himself. Matthew has put down a marker, a signpost halfway through his gospel. If this happened to the prophet who went on ahead, then this is what will happen to the one who follows. So he invites us to reflect as we see the story unfold on is taking Jesus himself to his fate, and how we should view it when it comes. Jesus, like John, has urged people to repent. He is like John, has challenged the present power, though he has done so more cryptically in riddles that will only become plain and blunt when he arrives in Jerusalem. He has already had the threat of death suspended over him, not just at his birth, but when the Pharisees, rightly seeing his plans as cutting clean across their own, decide they should get rid of him. And behind it all, we learn to recognize what every first century Jew knew well, that be anyone announcing the kingdom of God was challenging a power that stood behind even Herod, the power of Caesar himself. Behind the vulture, higher in the sky, but watching and waiting, soars the eagle. Yet even Herod, old Herod, glimpses a flash of the truth, though he gets it muddled. Jesus, he thinks, is a resurrected John, and that's why he can do these remarkable deeds. We know that's not true, yet we find here just a little hint of what is to come. The remarkable deeds do point to the resurrection, but they do so because they are a foretaste of it, not a result. And the resurrection won't turn John into Jesus or Jesus into anyone else. It will give Jesus himself a life and a kingdom beyond the power of Herod or of Caesar himself. It will give him, in fact, all authority in heaven and on earth. The meaning of Jesus' life is therefore thrown into sharp focus by this little story about Herod, John, and a dancing girl. It invites us not only to read on more thoughtfully, but also to examine the story of our own lives and that of the church today. Where are we called to stand against wickedness? What threats will we meet if we do? Or, since we can none of us assume that we should identify only with John in the story, what small weakness in our lives are we allowing to grow unchecked that might one day produce real wickedness? What Herod-like characteristics are lurking inside of us, waiting for a chance to destroy us or others? If we can answer that question honestly, we should understand all the more why it was necessary that Jesus should go all the way across his lonely desert and, in the end, take the full weight of human wickedness upon himself. Yep, you can start now.
One on. Are you gonna play?
I want to play the bios and the mutants.
What's this multiplayer so we can play together? That'd be awesome.
That would be awesome.
More chance of surviving. You know? More chance to loot that we can share together.
Yeah.
If you can play against loot, you know, like, great.
That'd be cool.
So, right? Bumpy stompity doo. Stompity doo.
How coming to the new world, the tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual... Welcome to Biomutant. The chill here makes you shiver a bit.
Well, it's a destiny. That's the big scratch.
Yeah, this is what unlocks more.
Anything else?
I swear, I just thought I heard lightning. That was weird. Was that a plane?
Yeah, no. Right.
A mobile fortress.
Hey, that's funny.
I'm a duck. Quack.
I'm gonna save him for it and wait. girl just can get here.
Alright, let's see if I can.
Fast. Ooh.
Area complete, so according to this, I think I got everything. Let me check upstairs though.
Testing. Nothing.
Ooh.
That's it. Well. What? Oh, there's another testing.
You see one? Oh, thank you.
Yep. I know. Testing.
So yeah, so if I want a two-handed sword like yours, I'll just attach that to my two-hander.
So you can.
You could build it, or you could just buy a two-hander, like the one you're. Oh,
Let's go to get.
that stuff.
Fight for each breath.
Hey, I can continue. You have to get a scope. That's cool.
Not level for those yet.
You look like a natural gas mask. Not making you look so fun.
Okay, I'll just save those to sell later.
Loady, loady, loady. Look at that hot. Woo! This has been good damage. Look at that energy.
Yeah.
Okay, I said I want to put it that way. Not yet. You know? What? Found a shit in the trash can. That's funny. Well, now it's called trash shit.
Some places a Mekton just can't go.
Here.
Why walk on your own legs?
What's wrong?
Wait, it's the Scrip hole-up. Place is just
Good.
filled with critters.
Which one has more energy? This one or this one?
Your call. Equip in the sea.
Yeah, thank you.
Well placed.
Thank you.
Bullets everywhere.
And these guys hurt.
I have one upgrade.
I can't can't look right now.
You're not dead yet.
Oof. Darn it.
Seems dirty down here in the dirt. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Right between the eyes.
Look down on the map.
Bruised. Itchy trigger finger.
I always about to die, dude.
Take matters back into your own hands. That's just nasty. Biohazards make you puke. Someone locked it solid. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death.
This guy new character?
Nope, this is a character I've been having for a while.
Oh, I was like, is this guy? What the heck?
Huh.
I said, you have it good.
Oh gosh. Oh. See that? Let's make sure to save. Can the bubble go over hazards? Shields.
You don't know why these guys spawn. You know when you first start and there's like a delay option?
Yeah.
It's this. I think that's why.
Well, yeah, you get light option if you help him. So you could choose to either save him. So saving them is the light option.
Yeah, I'm picking this. I want
No,
this.
of course.
Yeah. You don't want to get corrupted. Right? You try to point another one. Now touch the heel good. And that's You get good. That's good.
Oh, idea.
thought this was a
Go
gun,
knock the
but
lid
it's
off
not.
that
It's a
sludge
good one.
truck. It'll fill
This
the
is a
place
wasn't
up and you
gun.
can
That's
get up to that
oh,
entrance
man,
there.
if it
Wonder
was,
what you can
I'd-
find down here.
Right.
That paid off. You need to line up the switches.
That was easy. Ready?
The day is getting on. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count.
Darn it.
I always have this animal clip.
It's surprisingly bug-free underground. You need to line up the switches so they match.
Yeah. No way. Is it possible? No!
Good. That's enough
Fucking
electric
tricky.
current to initiate the
But now I have to
actuators and
recycle it.
activate the framework.
This is a stupid rifle. Here, find it again. Here,
Yes,
where
dude.
do I find that rifle so I can salvage it?
No, it's not anything there. Hey, gear. Gear. Go back. Okay. ask me and then you're not listening. Go hit go to inventory and then hit gear at the very top. Hit the arrows. Hit right there. Hit range. There we go. And then you can dismantle those. Dismantle whichever one.
But this is kind of void, right? So I dismantle this.
It's your character. Dismantle whatever you want to dismantle, my friend. Stone break.
Oh.
Quick work for a shiny blade.
I get the boomerang. Yeah.
You can smell the must down here. Spring out.
Nice, you got some resistance.
fast like a snake. There's a place and time for everything, but for that city scenario, it's already come and gone. Great shot. Your chest is squeezing.
Boy. Look at that. Go see. Special price. Yeah, I guess it's crap.
Who's going to step up to you now? Nothing beats your own 2 feet.
Wait, this is the gun.
Keep on walking.
Oh, good. If there's multiplayer, I'd so give it to you. Look at that, mate.
Right out. Check out the Mekton's controls.
Oh, good. Hey, good. Isn't this a big giant trumpet? Yeah. off, man.
Bang Shelter 7B is still there, open and ready to shelter. Bangarang. Smell that burning fuel. It's starting to add up. Nice shot.
I have a feeling I shouldn't. I always hold off on healing. Oh, I should just probably just be.
Don't stop to rest.
Let's go, dudes.
Pang pang.
Go. There it up. Good. I did another one.
Huh?
I did another one.
You're gonna build a new character?
No.
Oh, you befriended. Oh, nice. Another pet?
Yep.
That's cool.
Everybody. Yeah.
Youch!
But you have missiles.
sun's setting, so it's getting colder too.
It's got a legendary handle.
Good for you.
That thing is sick looking.
Top quality scrap in this piece.
I think I'll get legendary.
That's my first legendary ever.
Equip it then.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
That's friend.
Can I use my gun on these explosives?
Oh.
I mean, like, it is an explosive. It's not technically using a gun on a vehicle.
For those guys, yeah. Since I've already been there, I'll say yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's really good aim. Big, really good aim. Yeet. A second one.
I see.
I'm doing a lot of damage.
I see. That makes sense. So if I want to have a pure rot defense. Go here, hit modify, handle the totem grasp.
That looks like a cool game. Oh, I wish I could take a cemetery. Yeah, I'm gonna search these guys up.
You're onto
Good
something.
job, good. Oh, you know.
Always room for improvement.
Yeah.
Yes, dude.
So weird, you don't even get banned.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Jimmy! That's using rockets. Damn. Gotta look around for festies. That's. Oh, yes, scary.
Just pants.
gronky stomper. Mekton is even mightier.
What the hell was it? Okay, now I have resistance.
Are you sure you're ready
It
for this,
doesn't go in.
Mekton?
You think so? Now that I have resistance on my torso, do you think I can go in?
I say try to get as much as you can of that resistance equipped, and then it's your call. Go in there and see how high those numbers go up. If those numbers don't climb up so fast, then you're good. If they climb up crazy fast, then you should probably reconsider.
Okay. Let me see. Look how fast. Is that a good amount?
It's your call. Run around. You saved right before going in, right?
No, I didn't. Let me save it right here. Okay. Go in and go fast, right? So where do I find the robot?
Usually it's like the robot's there. You just need pieces to unlock it, and you have to follow the mission objective. So hit M or J and follow the mission objective.
This?
Yeah, so it says find a way to the ruin, so he's got to follow the mission objective.
So let me just. So once it gets to like 100, then I'm like dead.
You'll see once it gets up. You'll see what happens.
Looks good.
Good. That's John. Oh. I'm dead. Oh, you want a machine gun?
Both singles. I'm dual wielding them.
Wait.
Just the kind of scrap you need.
Like what person?
Like I said, you just might have to figure it out from all the mission objective.
The Lego?
I just always say do all missions.
Keep filling your air holes. See what this thing can do.
How do I get through the tab?
Get through what?
That tab?
Is you need a machine to. Unless there's, see, some room there's a rope.
Yeah, there is a rope.
And you have to just hop on the rope.
Shot through.
So I have to keep that mouth still.
Oh, are you at the, so the rope, you have to go left or, if it tries making you fall, you have to hit left or right on the keyboard to, like,
Oh, so it's not mouse?
to correct yourself. Nope, it's keyboard. It's the WASD. Oh, shoot.
Rope's gone.
Playtime
wait, I
is
have to
over.
go upstairs. Don't you?
Let's see.
Be far away from the main stuff, so it's fast travel.
This box once tailed a chugger. Now it's just off track.
Found it. I found
Stories
the big
keep
chest.
moving whether you drive them or not.
Found out a rare.
Nice.
Let's start something.
He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the Jumbo Puff. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances of victory. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Has plenty to do, so no worries. This story is about a hero. He seems happy to talk. Understands you.
What you mean too?
Make the most of the night while you can.
are you?
I'm doing the Gloop mission.
The glue?
The Gloop, the guy, the duck guy, doing his mission.
Oh. Let's go back.
I just say hit M and then do whatever missions are near you. It's kind of like New World where it's open world, so you just explore or follow whatever missions are near you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put it back where I was.
No wind.
Interesting sound. I'll make the whole circuit green. There we go.
Where's Scoop located?
You're just gonna have to explore around or look at your map. Or look at my map. Over here. Moog is right here. So here's this green, here's Surfapoo, you're just going to look. So here's here, it's like right here.
Well, you can use paraglider?
Yep.
How did you get it?
Again, you just find it through interesting things that just bring up your backstory. You see, you play the game of
Went down quick, eh? Looks valuable. Tapped hard. Cracker Doom. Easy to lose your way if you can't see landmarks. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. You need to line up.
Oh, nice.
You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out. There are lots of valuables left behind on the surf floor that the salvage net will enable you to haul. You just need to find the right spots. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. He only knows what's visible to the naked eye. Gulp is not much of a babbler and mostly keeps to himself and his drink.
Huh?
I think I should do
I have no idea. Did you say before?
and I'm done.
I say before any puzzles.
You do?
Yep. Because I don't want to reset the moves left. So you only get like 10 moves. Some of those you only get one chance. So I say before each one. So I'll save. That's what I'll do. And then I haven't done that one, so I can't tell you how to do it.
Wow. See? Making multiple moves.
Okay. Well, it looks like, just from looking at it, you need to get that white ball look in that direction, and that yellow ball look in that direction, that yellow ball look in that direction. That's my guess. It doesn't reset when you leave. That's why I always say before.
Oh! It was that.
Sometimes you gotta paddle on your own. You made it through another long night. There are tough times ahead, no matter where you go. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. That was fun?
Really, did they? No way. He's trapped. Yeah, should I go in? Yeah, should I go in? Look at this. Should I
Huh.
go in?
Your call. Your fight. Your game.
When did I do it? Hard.
Wonder what you could make with that.
What? I defeated one.
Nice.
Seven good. Look at my luck.
That's pretty high up there.
Oh, upgrade point. Look. When you have full health. Okay, cured.
This is turning out to be quite an... Says goop is great for someone who has goo between his ears. Wouldn't be surprised. Says it's good to see you're still around. Says you should take...
Yeah, there's more. But right.
This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. Yeah. You should go see the Netra tribe. Their rough-cut cliffside headquarters are a sight to behold. Says you're welcome back.
At
At the rate that monster is working on that route, the tree won't last long. Says you should take it easy. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Says it's both everything you could want and never enough. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the myriad. They like a peaceful drink, just like you. Says he sells them drinks. They mostly suck them down on their own. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The glugmocker, nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportional to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Says that's what gives your internals such a great glow. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way to relax. They're better at floating than flapping, so you should be able to net a few without growing yourself a pair of wings. Says you're smart to take care of business. Says you'll see.
Modify add-on.
We're all heroes of our own stories, or so we hope. You're poking around Pokbur, a prime village. Fired up. Stay on target. You've had better days. sharp steel. Says the tribe Sifu sent them here to help defend against the rival tribe that's been terrorizing their village. Isn't sure how long the village will last if it continues. As if the plague ruining the land and destroying the crops wasn't enough to bring the village to its knees already. It's troubling that the rivals believe their reign of terror is actually going to lead to a better world. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. They need your protection and help to restore their village. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Thought you were smart enough to know better than to try to save things. Claims that toys from the old world are forbidden. Says talking to you was interesting. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Wouldn't be surprised if you met again.
Forest. Oh, it's a biohazard zone.
See? You're disgusting! How dare you! It's true, I hate it.
Go see what you can see.
Well, you can pierce the trunk of a bear.
Offers you extraordinary prices for... Hopes you're selling too. They're always looking to replenish their store. Look for a fair deal. Shopkeeper claims you...
Look at that fighting good. Oh! Well... What?
Done and done. Peddler is eager for you to have a look at the wares. See what they have. Wasn't too bad a deal, was it?
Holy crap! That is incendiary. Wait!
Filling your pockets. Got what you needed. Let's hope you won't regret it.
Hmm. Holy crap.
Go use the restroom. We'll be back.
Wait.
The water trickles through everything.
Now that is one heck of a nuclear factory.
So you can use your bile, your mutation pieces to increase your defense of that type, or you can just find gear, upgrade resistance, or you can find gear that will also increase your resistance to the type.
Daytime is a good time to be outside.
Is there any other range weapon except gun?
それ感じ了，马谁苦人你哦那一个不？
The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do.
それ感じ了。
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm on your back. Where is that mission? Okay, right over here.
The goop is right there.
Right here?
Says the Tree of Life is going so fast. You need to do anything you can to save it. Their friend is trying to get the shell horn working, but they can't figure it out. Could you maybe help them puzzle it out? Says it doesn't make any noise, which is really the only thing it's made for. Says it would be great if you could hear the shell horn, but it's not working. Which is the problem route? Find their friend for the straight notes. Otherwise the shell shall horn no more. Supposes the only way to know is to fix it. Wants to know how much good you think you can actually do. Argues that it's hard to know what's happening. The world is crumbling so fast. One person who might know better is that bookworm, Sol. He likes his alone time, though, and wanders in the Cluppy Dunes to get it. Thinks you should look for the books first. Books in Cluppy Dunes might be an even better bet. Claims the last they saw Sol, he was headed into that dune heat. Figures no one will bother him there. Can't say he's all that wrong about that. Says that's the right way to think know-how. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find better goods anywhere else. Says they've got the best deals anywhere. Nothing like a story with an unexpected ending. There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place for rest and recovery, when day can become night, and the...
Look!
tells you to come by and share your smarts anytime. Says there's an interesting place nearby that no one knows about, but doesn't really want to talk about it right now. Needs a logical reason to reveal the secret. Says it's hard to keep a secret from someone as smart as you. Might as well tell you where the place is, as you'll figure it out eventually.
Nice.
Level 10. Oh.
Thanks you for rising from your past to be a better person. Thrilled you finally met Gizmo. Says talking to you tells you to come by and share your smarts anytime. Clock is ticking. Stop the Porkypuff soon or... Tells you to come by and... Life's a beach, even though it's hard to see it that way. You always find good use for things like that. It's all about destiny. Yours, mine, the entire world's. Says the Pichu tribe is known for it. So, says you cover. Has no doubt you've earned the trust and support of this village. Actions speak louder than words.
Iboya, amanira atsal.
Is always willing to listen. You
Nashinawan lumina.
tells you to come by and share your smarts in it. Even the tree. Glad you're tells you to come by and share your smarts anytime. Gulp tells you to not forget. Place for a fight.
Since you're so flexible with helping Jason with his schoolwork, that we'll take a break when he gets here, okay?
Okay.
Blasting everything to bits. effective. Don't stop pounding Matthew. Frozen. Might need to shade your eyes. Night's over. That's a Jackney tribe outpost.
No wonder.
A shopperia. Maybe there's something still inside.
Boy, I can't walk.
You're fading. Slash and dash. Took care of it. White guy. This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you have a sense of compassion and trusts it's in your nature to help those in need. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of is great.
Come toward the light.
Good on you. Resist.
Resist? That's just a hesitation.
Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, I think I just found the one that you're working on.
Seems that the knobs need to be aligned so the device can load its program. Your destiny waits on the path you'll take to avoid it. So much damage. So many places to be today. Rito and his bandits make camp here. Take care.
The mom finished the roller coaster finally. Then she wanted to make it go down into a secret cave, and after she got that, she wanted to make it go into a different cave that she wanted to do her mind in. And then the other one. So she built this huge staircase that we never ended up going to.
Nice. Alright, so, alright, Charlie, we need to get off and take a break.
After that, you go to my house.
Hey, nice shot.
It's only one thing. Wait, why didn't you play with me? Well, it's just not a two-player game. That gives you what you get off, you know. What? It's what you get off, knock it off. Fighting.
Yes, he's almost dead.
Done.
Alright, John, my friend.
Okay.
Alright, do the reading and then for the break?
Stoppity-doo!
Sound good?
Travel through the world and click on escape.
Alright, but you guys need to turn off the monitors.
Or wait for this to load. I just saved that here.
Alright, so... Alright, can you turn off your monitor, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
What
Alright.
are we doing for the break?
So we're going to be reading a section of this, which is this much. I'll read this out loud, and then that'll be for the break.
Yeah.
So, Matthew chapter 14, verse 13 through 22. When Jesus heard it, he went away from there in a boat to a deserted spot by himself. The crowds heard of it, and this is the Bible part. The crowds heard of it, and followed him on foot from the towns. When he came out and saw the large crowds, he was sorry for them. He healed their sick. When it was evening, the disciples came to him. "This is a deserted spot," they said, "and it's already getting late. Send the crowds away so they can go into the village and buy food for themselves." "They don't need to go away," said Jesus. "You give them something to eat." "All we have here," they said, "is 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. Bring them here to me," he said. He told the crowd to sit down on the grass. Then he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish and looked up to heaven. He blessed the loaves, broke them, and gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the crowds. Everybody ate and was satisfied, and they picked up 12 baskets full of broken pieces. There was about 5,000 men who had eaten, besides women and children. Jesus at once made the disciples get into the boat and go on ahead of him to the opposite shore, while he dismissed the crowds. Now, commentary part. Come and be a character in the story. There's plenty of room, and there's a lot to learn. To begin with, cast your mind back to the last time you were really sad. After the death of a parent, perhaps, or a close friend. After you didn't get the job you set your heart. After you had moved out of the house you had loved, what you needed and wanted most was to hide away and be quiet. To reflect, perhaps to pray, but above all to be still, and not have people bother you. Then supposing the quiet place you choose was invaded by hundreds of others. The little church you thought you'd slip inside was full of a wedding party. The lonely hillside where surely you could be private was covered in cheerful hikers.
Take care. That one.
How would you react? Jesus' reaction here is the most remarkable. He had lost John, his cousin and colleague. Remember what happened to John? his cousin and colleague. He had lost him in a manner which must have warned Jesus of what lay ahead of him too. Yet when he slips away to be quiet and alone, the crowds discover and throng all around him. And his reaction is not anger or frustration, but compassion. He translates his sorrow over John, and perhaps his sorrow over himself, into sorrow for others. Before this outward and visible work of power, healing the sick, comes the inward and invisible work of power, in which Jesus transforms his own feelings into love for those in need. You have come into the story of Jesus, perhaps because you've been touched yourself by that compassion. Imagine yourself as one of the disciples, not a leader, just one of the 12, or perhaps one of your other friends or cousins hanging around on the edge. You see how Jesus cares for people, and you like to care for them too. So you think what might be best for them, and come to him with a suggestion. Wouldn't it be good to send them away now, so that they could go and buy food rather than all getting hungry here, miles away from anywhere? Jesus is always delighted when people around him come up with ideas, which shows that they're thinking of the needs of others. But often what he has to do is to take those ideas and do something startling with them. If you really care for them, he says, why don't you give them something to eat? That is perhaps a typical note of vacation. Our small idea of how to care for people gets bounced back at us with what seems a huge and impossible proposal. You protest, I can't do it. I haven't got the time, I haven't got the energy, I haven't got the ability. All I have is... but that's the next step. And again, typical of how but that's the next step. And again, typical of how God's calling work. By hanging around Jesus, you have an idea. It wasn't quite in focus, but your main intention. In this case, that the people should be fed, is on target. Jesus proposed achieving that aim by a different means. You say it's impossible, but you're prepared to give him the little you got, if it'll be any good. Of course it means you'll go hungry yourself, but by now you're in too deep to stop. Once the power of Jesus' compassion has begun to catch you up in its flow, you can't stop. What precisely Jesus does with what we give him is so mysterious and powerful that it's hard to describe in words. Imagine yourself standing there while Jesus, surrounded by thousands of people, takes this pitiful small amount of food, hardly enough for 2 people, let alone a crowd, and prays over it. He thanks God for it. He breaks it and gives it to you and the others, and you give it to one person after another, without knowing what's happening or how. Think through how it's happening. Being close to Jesus has turned into the thought of service. Jesus takes the thought, turns it inside out, making it more costly, of course, and gives it back to you as a challenge. In puzzled response to the challenge, you offer what you got, knowing it's quite inadequate, but again costly, and the same thing happens. He takes it, blesses it, and breaks it. There's the cost yet again, and gives it to you. And your job now is to give it to everybody else. This is how it works everywhere someone is close enough to Jesus to catch a glimpse of what he's doing and how they could help. We blunder in with our ideas. We offer uncomprehending what little we have. Jesus takes ideas, loaves and fishes, money, a sense of humor, time, energy, talent, love, artistic gifts, skill with words, quickness of eye or fingers, whatever we have to offer. He holds them before his Father with prayer and blessing. Then, breaking them so they are ready for use, he gives them back to us to give to those who need them. And now they are both ours and not ours. They are both what we had in mind and not what we had in mind. Something greater and different, more powerful and mysterious, yet also our own. It is part of genuine Christian service at whatever level that we look on in amazement to see what God has done with the bits and pieces we dug out of our meager resources to offer to him. Within Matthew's story, of course, there is much more going on than simply a remarkable example of Christian vocation. The 12 baskets left over may point to Jesus' intention to restore God's people, the 12 tribes of Israel. Jesus feeding people in the wilderness fits so well with Matthew's theme of Jesus as the new Moses. God gave the Israelites manna, special bread from heaven, when they were in the desert in the time of Moses. That we can be sure that Matthew intended us to see this too. This probably explains why Jesus sent the crowd away as soon as the feeding was over. He didn't want them hanging around celebrating his power. The likeness with Moses stops there. Jesus was not intending to march through the land at the head of a great crowd, or to win military victories against God's enemies. He was going to achieve at last the loneliness he saw at the start of this passage, hanging desolate on a cross. If he sends a call to follow him, to share his compassion, to give him what you have so that it can be used in his service, you must remember that it cost him everything as well. That was a really short break. Next break we have to do 2 parts, okay? But I will need to keep my word, and I said only 1 part, but next time we gotta do 2 parts, okay?
Why? Charlie, it's on normal mode. That's it. No, this is the one. This is the one dying in because I made it into the world. Let me start the world and connect it to it. Dude, wait. No. Oh, yeah. Now.
This one seems to be in good spirits despite being has heard asks you to do the right thing. Is grateful you chose that. You can't be good without.
Run, Dark, run!
I'll TP you.
Smarty, take it easy.
Easy. Now. No, it's time to go, go, go.
Well, it's time for you to go.
Wait, what? No!
What? Hold on. What? I need it. Oh, fort. Duh. You can make some really good decoration out of it. Let me get the fort. I'll help what you do. Who needs jobs anyway? We can work it together. You ready? That would, hold on. We can collect some more forts because it works. Well, let me give you mine. I only have 15. I'll be going by the portal, protecting it. Okay. Well, that's 12 diamonds. Trident! So do I. Trident is awesome. Let's call it Trident. As his name, as in the Trident gum brand. You know? I almost fell right here. Jason, I almost fell right here. Look. Look. I almost fell down the hole. That was yeah, there won't be bad. Hold on, Charlie. Remember, we still have it on normal. I need to change that. What? Oh, yeah. Hold on. I already need a notch apple. Okay, let me put it back on to normal and let's head back. Oh, wait. We needed more cords. That's right. Can you help me collect it, please? Don't need to check it.
Should hold up. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny.
I'll be up here so you can TP to me. Well, man, go to my ship! Could you please try and get force up there, please? I don't see any. Oh. Look around a little bit while you're up. I got trident teeth. I got trident teeth, because watch this. Yeah, it comes
Got anything?
like from 1,000,000,000 miles. 1,000,000,1 miles, right? Look. What's the character? Charlie. I forgot we had those feet on our boots for a second. It's so fun. Watch this. Hey, watch this, Jason. It's all in it. Two. I didn't even see. Barely, but still good. This is what happens first is and now they're all confused. Yeah, all the way I'm very far away from the world. I am. I don't even know how I thought. I'm gonna keep a crafting table so I can craft stuff. I can make full diamond damage. See? Yeah. How much do you need for that again? It depends on a couple. You need You're going to get Hear that? Don't put shooting me! Oh, there's one shooting me too. Fuck you, head back. Oh, dude. Yeah. How many hearts? I think I lost my turn. I don't post it because I have fame.
Look here. Another toxinol dump.
Oh, I lost my trident. What? I just ruined the box. The box is another. No, it's gone. It disappeared. Let's go back to the other and get it out. I'm gonna die. Oh, yeah. Ain't not here. I just ruined the portal. Where's all this stuff? Did you die? No. Let's play all night. Oh. You did staff was fired! I'm gaming. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, because you have 15 games X. So do you. I'll find a village. Bitch. full hearts again. Barely, but first I want to know what to do.
Cryo.
I got some of the guys. I need you to get what? Going creative and get candy. Last level of it on candle. What? Why do I need candy? Oh, you'll see.
Scrapalicious. So many creatures doing so
Wait!
many things during
Look
the
at that,
day.
guy. There you go.
This one seems to be in good spirit. Asks you to do the... Is...
There's a bright day coming.
Oh, sir.
Don't let the dark.
The only thing that sucks around here is the light.
It's not too late.
Get to infinity. Those give us infinite bows. I mean, that gives us infinite arrows if we have one. Impelling. I already have all this too. Oh, get Riptide too, actually. Yeah. It's one up. Oh. First, I mean, can't my weapon. First, let me drop you, okay? There's one. Okay, put that one on Friday. Oh, wait, what? I didn't know. You want a channeling? There you go. Thank you. Oh, there! What the heck, dude? Okay, I glitched the system.
Sometimes what you see doesn't feel real until it brings you back to that particular
Where's
moment,
this go?
like stepping into a time machine.
No. I don't know. What? The only you would do. I don't know. I think it's the one that makes you go flying when you go to fight it. Maybe. Or that, or it's channeling. Wait, you got rid of it? Oh yeah. And... No. See? Whoa, that's great. Oh, I can't.
It's hard to shake these memories and their accompanying
Yeah,
feelings. Our brains play tricks on us, so it will take effort to avoid them.
Oh wait, you gotta press escape. Oh, sorry.
However, there's no doubt that what you remember makes your future different.
Now to get the rest of this stuff unlocked. And we're on to survival. Feeling doesn't work.
Good thing you recalled how to activate
What's
the
the enchantment
automaton's
that
health
makes you go
injector.
fly?
That will be useful.
Hold on. Let me figure it out. You could put multi-shot on a... Try that thing. Can I try this on you, Charlie? I'm in creative right now, but I can tell you when. You glitch out and get like fire for just a second. Yeah. Try these. Making 2. Making 3. This one. Let's never get this. Hold on, Kirby. Dang it, I just so funny. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Dolphin? Nathan. Can I look up what enchantment makes you go flying with a trident?
No, on that computer. You open the web browser. I haven't enabled the firewall yet. So
Get up. Okay. I can't get out. I'll type it. Just no way. And then
you hit the Windows button. There you go.
oh, okay. You type it. Okay. Oh.
Should have gone for a bigger size.
So these are all just the enchantments you can get. Hold on, Charlie. Enchantment is the one that makes it so that when you throw it at a lightning rod, it makes lightning strike during a thunderstorm. Yeah, click on that. It's a YouTube. I know, click on it. Oh. Hold on, stop for a second. Go back up, right? Idea. I did. Riptide. It's Riptide. Neither do I. No wonder. Let me. What?
Good hit.
Oh wait,
Bang bang.
Let's try it. No, it works like that. Yeah, I was about to say it works like that, but it just.
Wonder if Toxanol had a deeper purpose with any of the bang shelters. This one, for example, Shelter 5D.
No.
You don't get to wander below ground like this every day.
Oh. Yeah, I have. Oh no.
This corner of the world is called Anywhere, which is maybe why Click calls it home. Let's see. This fellow seems shocked to see you. He's heard about you, but figured you didn't have the guts to do what must be done to survive till the end of the world. Agrees that's obviously true. Figures someone like you must be willing to do anything to stay alive, just like him. Now that you got this far, though, which way will you go? Are you really tough enough to see this through to the end? or will you turn tail and run when the end
Look
finally
how much
comes?
damage it does to
Your
them
guess
all.
is the end is coming
What?
either way.
We're in
And
the
there's nothing but a
overworld.
bad storm rising. It's ride or die.
Okay, two shots.
Asks you to think of the world like a
Oh!
set of locks. Every time you do something, you
Watch
decide
this.
whether to open one or not.
Jason,
Would
what?
you go back and open different ones now? Better than
Oh
what?
no, it doesn't.
Maybe things have to get worse first. The world seems like it's starting to heal. How pointless. Appears to him like you've been wasting your time trying to fix the unfixable. Can't understand why you work with the
That's
myriad.
the right
Someone needs to
I
lock them
am.
up.
I'm holding right.
No, they're so good, so righteous and worthless. You look like you'd be a fun lock to pick. Says back in the days no one locked anything, but that's changed. Locking yourself in and others out is his key to survival. He keeps his business low-key, but for the right person, he's willing to unlock secrets from the back
There's a
there.
witch here. Right on the
The gears mesh well between you. It'll be easier for both if you just call him Click.
What?
Says that's the right way to ask that question. Think of yourself first. Click says his key to success is metal. And judging from what he's heard about you, you're handy with metal too, literally. If you charged a bar of metal at a toxin or zap station, he could forge it into the palm of your hand. That would help your plonk fist beat new paths into the future. Just flip the switch of a generator that produces superheated, glowy air and get on it when the lightning charge
Okay, I'm in
forms.
survival.
Simple, right?
Where are you?
Thinks the biggest risks come with the best rewards.
Right on me first. Hold on. How much? I mean, half the heart. I mean, a heart now. Yeah. Where's the anvil? Charlie, you broke it. Hold on, go back into creating and the other enchantments on it now. And get all of them back. Infinity? Name on it. Hey Charlie, I'm gonna grab the other enchantment. Can you press that anvil? Hold on, let me get one. I'm hitting you and you. I'm hitting your face. What? That's good!
All fired up.
What about you? Boy. So much. Wait, watch this! Jason! Screaming at him. Watch this, Jason. Who's on it? But after it, what is this in Charlie. I don't know. Let's place it all and mine it.
Snazzy hatter.
Ancient breed, bro. Let's go into survival. Oh yeah, I have to smelt it. Gain some ancient debris. Gain ancient.
Charlie, I just got an overpowered trident. Here. Oh, one. Here. Bam. Here.
That's damage.
Here.
This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous.
Bye. Bye. Fly.
Get out of here. Sharp.
No.
Four. 5, 4.
Should have saved.
What happened?
I have enough resistance to go in here. I just went against a really tough monster, but actually I need focus on the mission, so I want to go up here really fast.
I almost died. Hey. What?
Come on.
No, what?
Maybe back at the nether portal.
That's my new pickaxe.
Be back at the nether portal, Charlie.
Okay. Go on. Oh yeah, I pressed it down there. That was weird. Woo!
Hey, Charlie. You see this lava over here?
Going to
Yep.
be night any
Okay,
moment
let's
now.
get rid of all of our super overpowered stuff.
No!
We need to start a new survival world.
I'm gonna need my bow.
No bow.
I'm keeping my bow. But, look at... Hold on! Nothing!
Fine. Keep the bow, and you can keep the arrow. But you only need one arrow.
Who could stand against that?
Woo!
Okay, one arrow. Okay, so you have infinity armor.
half-life.
That doesn't mean it's always just finished. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't.
Let it
Let
snow.
him go! Why? Because I need to turn it back to cool. Do that even in game. God and dog over there. I cannot do that. I don't have time to. Wait a second. Stop! I think it works, Charlie. You didn't know? You don't know. Doesn't have to find out. Yep, it's definitely still. Charlie, I'm stuck in the nether. It's on a bed. Wait. Why me? Charlie,
The scrap keeps piling
how do
up.
I switch it? Is it still mobs? Yeah. I just encountered a free flow. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to the overworld. I was coming here to test. Okay,
Don't trip over what you can't see.
Okay, Charlie, you can keep the armor because look. How many hearts? You know, kill I'll teleport you back to me, then I'll let you step back. I don't have any of them. Turn back. I'm gonna give you all this stuff back. You don't have any of them. No, I don't. It's all right there. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Did you really just join the other world? Yeah. That's what you need. Here? Nope. Fine. Then, so cool.
Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. If you can, you should try to convince the captain to give up the outpost and join your cause. They're ready to end. Every step you take towards your end goal will bring you closer to a better world.
Charlie, do you want to see what you're quick?
Here's the first line of defense.
Charlie, watch. Ready? yeah, all of your stuff is right
That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. That twirly wheel works that drain pipe.
I'm gonna start a new world and start trying to build us a house on this. This one will be one of the ones that we just head to the desert.
Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain.
Oh, I'm not. Okay. You don't want to go in, go there.
Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain.
Okay, maybe I'm gonna start just hold stuff.
Everything's clocking together.
I'll turn on.
Insert and turn. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper.
I let you be the host of the game. Where it has to be.
They never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Says the tribe's been hard on them. Wants revenge on those who caged them, but trust you'll take care of it.
There's a little baby figure down here.
A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it glow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Oh.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Hopes you'll use it to do some good in the world.
Hey, good.
Yes, friend?
Want to see something?
Huh?
Want to see something?
Sure.
A new weapon. So, wait.
You just hit number 2 and equip both that way. When you go back, if you just hit number 2, you can equip both that way. So you have a main hand and an offhand.
Look, double katanas.
Nice.
Made them. Well, I made one.
That looks pretty scary. I like the mask. Alright, friends, break time.
Is already?
Yep. You know what they say, time goes by fast when you're having fun.
Well,
Were you guys having a bitter time on Minecraft?
look at this guy. What on earth is that?
Looks like some contaminated zone. Alright, monitor's off. You don't have to do a new save over every time. You could just save over one of yours. So you don't have to have so many saves to go through. Okay. Monitor's off. Matthew chapter. So we're going to go through going through 2 sections now. Sounds good, friend. Put some chilled music on while I read. Jesus walks on water. Bible part. After he had sent the crowd away, Jesus went up the mountain by himself to pray. When evening came, he was there by himself. The boat had already gone some distance from the shore and was being smashed around by the waves, since the wind was against it. At the very dead of night, he came towards them, walking on the water. The disciples saw him walking on the sea and panicked, thinking it was a ghost. They screamed with terror, but Jesus at once spoke to them. "Cheer up," he said. "It's me. Don't be frightened." "If it's really you, Master," said Peter in reply, "give me the word to come to you on the water." "Come along then," said Jesus. Peter got out of the boat and walked on the water and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the strong wind, he was afraid and began to sink. "Master!" he yelled, "rescue me!" Jesus at once reached out his hand and caught him. "A fine lot of faith you got," he said. "Why did you doubt?" They got into the boat and the wind died down. The people in the boat worshipped him. "You really are God's son," they said. So they crossed over to the land called Gennesaret. The men of that region recognized him and sent word to all the surrounding district. They brought all their sick people to him and begged him to be allowed simply to touch the hem of his clothes, and everyone who touched it was cured. Curiously, only one great picture of this scene has ever been painted, by Conrad Witz in 1944. You might have thought it would make an ideal subject: Jesus as a simmering figure on the water, the frightened disciples huddling in the boat, and Peter, caught between glory and terror, walking on the water towards Jesus and then starting to sink. If the previous story, the feeding of the 5,000, can be read as a picture of Christian vocation, this story can be read as a picture of the life of faith, or rather, the life of half-faith, faith mixed with fear and doubt, which is the typical state of so many Christians, as it was with the disciples. Matthew isn't too worried about Peter's reputation. It seems to seesaw to and fro, not least as well as we see in chapter 16. And and then in the final days of Jesus' life. Peter is something of a larger-than-life character anyway. Impetuous, ready for anything, tending to act first and think afterwards, endearing, risky characteristic. Would you rather have a friend who did what seemed the right thing and then worried about later, or one who spent so much time thinking it all through that it would take weeks to get anything done? But before we think how the story works for us as individuals, let's think of it first as a picture of our world. We are like the disciples in the boats. No, we're on the one.
Oh.
I paused because you got up, my friend.
Oh.
I'll say that would have been really fast. They had seen so much of Jesus' power, they had heard his teaching and prayed his prayer, but now they were stuck. Professional fishermen, they were struggling with the oars, unable to make headway against the wind. We too in our world have discovered so much, learned so much, invented so much, and yet are still without power to do so many of the things that really matter. We have invented wonderful machines for making war, but nobody yet has found the one that will make peace. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't put food into hungry stomachs. We can listen to the songs the whales sing on the ocean floor, but we can't hear the crying of human souls in the next street. And there, shimmering on the water, is a strange figure walking towards us. Much of our world knows at least a little about Jesus, but he seems a ghostly image, a mirage or fantasy, unrelated to us in our problems. Some find him frightening. Others wish he'll go away and leave us alone. Even those who believe in him, as the disciples already did, don't know what to expect from him, but he seems to be doing the impossible. And sometimes people get the idea that it will be good to copy him. If only we could. Some people set off with the aim of doing just that, to bring his love and power, his peace and hope to the needy world. But then they let their eyes drop for a moment to the waves. Think of surfers on a California beach, when suddenly a double-sized wave rears up and threatens them. Now take away the surfboard, the sunshine, the sand on the shore, and replace them with darkness, fear, and a howling gale. One man alone against the elements. That's what it often feels like when you try to bring God's love and healing power into the wild night of the world. That's when we need to hear once more Jesus' words. A combination, as so often, of rebuke and encouragement. Is that really how much faith you have? Why all this doubt? The moment when we are most strongly tempted to give up is probably the moment when help is, if only we knew it, just a step away. That's what it's like for each of us in Christians' discipleship. Again and again, as far as we know, walking on water in the literal sense wasn't something the early Christians expected to do themselves. Paul, facing another shipwreck, never imagined that getting out of the boat and strolling off to the shore was a viable option. So it's likely that Matthew expects his reader to hear this story in terms of their own journey of faith and their own struggles with doubt. There are many times when Jesus asks us to do what seems impossible. How can we even begin to do the task he's called us to do? How can we even think of doing without that sin which we asked? How can we even think of doing without that sin which we're asked to give up? How can we really suppose we might be able to develop a serious habit of prayer when we're so frantic and disorganized? Of course, if like Peter we look at the waves being lashed by the wind, we will conclude that it is indeed impossible. What are we called to do? It's so basic and obvious, but so hard to do in practice. It's to keep our eyes fixed on Jesus and our ears open for his encouragement, even if it does contain some rebuke as well. And our wills and hearts must be ready to do what he says, even if it seems crazy at the time. Alright, last section. Matthew chapter 15, verse 1 through 9. Bible reading part. Discussion of clean and unclean. I almost grabbed your Gatorade to drink it. At that time, some Pharisees and scribes came from Jerusalem to Jesus. They had questions for him. Why, they said, do your disciples go against the tradition of the elders? They don't wash their hands when they eat their food. Why, Jesus replied, do you go against the command of God because of your tradition? What God said was, honor your father and mother, and if anyone speaks evil of father or mother, they must certainly die. But you say, if anyone says to father or mother, what you might have gained from me is given to God, they need to do no further honor to their father. As a result, you make God's word null and void through your tradition. You play actors. Isaiah had the right words for you in his prophecy. This people gives me honor with their lips. Their hearts, however, holds me at arm's length. The worship which they offer me is vain, because they teach as law mere human precepts. All churches have jokes about the power of tradition. How many Anglicans, or Methodists, or Baptists, or Roman Catholics, or whatever you like, does it take to change a light bulb? 5 comes the answer. 1 to change a light bulb, and 4 to talk about how good the old bulb was. The story is told of an archbishop visiting a local church and meeting a man who's been going there for 50 years. You must have seen many changes in that time, said the archbishop. Yes, replied the man, and I opposed them all. The danger of this approach is highlighted by what some have seen as the 7 last words of the church, parallel to the 7 last words of Jesus on the cross. The 7 last words, it is suggested, might be these: we never did it this way before. It is some comfort, perhaps, to know that the problem of tradition and truth has been with the church from its very beginning. And of course, the problem is deeper than simply supporting tradition against intervention, or intervention against tradition. Novelty for the sake of novelty is just as sterile as custom for the sake of custom. Just as some people like to do things in church the same way year after year, not least when everything else in society is changing so rapidly, so some people like to do things so differently as they can as often as they can. Such personal preferences make a poor basis for wise judgment and decisions. In any case, the issue at stake between Jesus and the Pharisees was not just that he and his followers were doing things a new way instead of the traditional way. That's how the Pharisees wanted to line things up. But Jesus' sharp response shows that it wasn't that easy. They were accusing him of letting his disciples go soft on one of the traditional purity codes, hand washing before meals. This may seem a trivial and unimportant thing to grumble about. Indeed, some people have questioned whether legal teachers will make the journey from Jerusalem to Galilee, as Matthew says in the first verse, just to accuse Jesus and his followers of such a thing. But this misses the point. Jesus was at the head of a movement that was already seen as dangerous. He was doing and saying new things, and crowds of people were flocking to him. In those circumstances, people will look for little telltale signs of whether he was really sound or not, whether he was really in line with the things should be done, or was being disloyal to it. The story makes sense with what we know of other Pharisees. The arch-Pharisee, Saul of Tarsus, after all, was on his way from Jerusalem to Damascus, twice as far away, to attack followers of Jesus, when he met the risen Jesus and had his heart and life turned inside out. Jesus doesn't answer the accusation, though in the next part of the chapter he says things which undermine his force. Here he launches a counterattack. The Pharisees' traditions have had the effect, he says, of overturning something far from important than their tradition, namely Scripture itself. The Pharisees, of course, claimed that their tradition were embodying the practical outworking of what Scripture taught. Jesus was pointing out that in one particular case the opposite was true. In the Ten Commandments themselves, the Israelites were commanded to honor their parents. This meant, not least, looking after them in their old age. But in the Pharisees' traditions, it was permitted that someone might make a gift to the temple of an equivalent amount to what they might have spent on their parents. If they did that, they were deemed to be under no further obligation. This had an obvious benefit to the temple, and indeed might give the appearance of great piety, but it undermined the whole point of the law. From this one little example, Jesus launches a major attack on the Pharisees. They are play actors. The word hypocrite literally means someone who puts on a mask to play a part. The mask, said Jesus, is the words the Pharisees use. Behind the words of piety, Their hearts have no intention of really discovering what God desires. They have elevated merely human customs to the statutes of divine commands. In the process, they have overthrown the actual divine commands themselves. Just as all churches develop jokes about the power of tradition, so all churches and Christian leaders especially need to ask on a regular basis whether what they teach and what they assume Christian people will do really grow out of Scripture itself, or whether they are simply human traditions that may need to be challenged. It isn't simply that something is old-fashioned or up-to-date. Jesus wasn't just saying tradition is dangerous. If in doubt, go for innovation. In fact, his own criticism of the Pharisees was that their more recent tradition had undermined the ancient and foundational Word of God. That is why serious study of Scripture remains at the heart of the church's life and task, not least for the leaders. Unless we are constantly being refreshed and challenged by Scripture, we won't have our wits about us to distinguish between healthy and hypercritical traditions, or, for that matter, between life-giving innovations and deadly ones.
Does that affect you, Curry?
And again, this starting to look at me.
Or what does this affect you?
I don't know. Definitely looks like something with like radiation or something.
Oh, it's heat! It's heat. Look, that's lava. Sure, it's heat.
It's heat? Oh.
The rain can't last forever, right?
That makes sense.
He knows things that you need to know. The rival tribe still has claims it's refreshing to see someone dedicated. Has plenty to do. He knows things that you says you should. Hates how many new beasties are wandering around the world these days. Hard to know what kinds of horror. Fortunately, their friend Moog has been writing down guesses you should look for Steve. Claims that Moog goes where the monsters go. Keep your sniffer Moog will appreciate the company. It's not easy to live life in the presence of monsters. Says it's bad enough the world. There's a creature named Brog. It would be a maze time if you could get Brog to leave them alone. Claims Brogs may be a monster. Says it's hard to miss. If you Brog makes a mess of their days. Got to. Thanks you for doing the. Says the shop holds something for everyone. Time to make a deal. Fair trade.
Oh. I don't need a mount.
You seem to have made a new friend.
That, my friend, would be a big waste of money.
I could swear I didn't see any clouds. It would be a Brog. Shopkeeper claims you won't be.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Now you're in the green. A pleasure do business. The vendor says you can browse.
You okay, dude? What happened?
No.
Okay. Do you use the restroom or something? Okay, do you know where your mask is?
Yeah.
Huh? Where's the one that you brought from home? Or did you forget to grab one? Okay, here.
That'll do. A good deal all around. Let's see what you can make. Says you'll get a Didn't have much help. For some, the night says there's an interesting place nearby that no one knows. Not sure if you're likable enough to be let in on it. Says you look trustworthy.
What? This man guy?
Your automation weapons inflict 1% more damage, so that'd be like when you're on the
Sparkles
machine.
about how brilliant it is to have someone like you that shares both genetics and karma in the myriad spectrum. We'll be around when you return. Let's see. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupa-Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. What you do here matters to you and...
Du kom nära mig.
The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. It's time to create your own path. Up, down, all around.
I said that's not a handle doing. I said that's not a handle doing.
Not too shabby.
That's not opening on its own.
It's an ass fighting good. Bullets everywhere. Wow, wow, wow. Nice shot. Let's go. Here, let's go.
You can never have too many bullets. Eventually, you're gonna figure something out. Gotta get close with one of these.
Look at all of this. Good. What the heck?
Yeah, that's her overall, like, with what you currently have equipped. Like, if you went into, looks like radioactive area, you won't get hurt at all. If you're at 100%, you won't get hurt at all by that type of power.
Okay. Good. Now, so, you know.
Hey, beautiful.
Yes.
Sharp and shiny.
Yes, no,
You need to believe how serious
And
this
Goldfish
is if you want
smash
to have any
weapon.
effect on it.
Yes, it's good. How do you like it? Low heat heavy.
Nice.
I'm gonna craft another one because I can craft this one. Okay, let's do this. Let me just put
You got something great in the making?
Oh, this is cool, dude. Look at that animation. Want to see this animation, dude? Oh, yeah.
An artist's
That
blade.
looks cool.
That is crafted it.
Nice.
Oh, look at this, dude. This is the other one that I got.
Ooh, you got the gravity one.
This is gravity?
I think so. I think it's gravity.
You need to
No,
line up
it's
the
this.
switches so they match.
Oh, radioactive, I mean.
We got a one. Come on, buddy. One test it
Good.
out.
That's enough electric
No.
current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
On you now is a new range. And then you just rub it.
Hold on tight. On your own again. Found some e-waste. Worthwhile. Might have to find a towel after this.
You gotta see this, dude. Do I see this?
But you first got to hit, it seems like. Oh, wow. You do tons of damage.
With my new fucking gun.
Yeah.
Fire Smasher. That's it. Want to modify this and then add a
Settings är det gulis.
Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as long as it's drinkalicious, even rocket fuel. He once mixed up some tankers and drank that.
Ta man uggelen.
That leads him to the bottom of that particular bottle. Radium's.
Raum.
He's not in a state to go looking, so he's counting on you to help. Go find him a tanker truck and bring back...
Där du synker.
Thinks you're not the only one who... What were we talking...
Am I leaving?
5:30, so 15 minutes.
Okay.
That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition.
It could have found the glitch.
Goop says he was there when the
Watch this.
Porky
Are you
Puff
gonna
took
swim?
out of Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal. After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot. He seems happy to talk.
There's gotta be some house.
Has plenty to do, so no worries.
Holy crap! This looks like a machete handle. Right? I just got a machete handle. Isn't that kind of funny? Like, I'm not joking, a machete. A epic cycle nasty.
How long has this night gone on?
Are you rocking both daggers?
I'm just rocking one sword.
One sword. And it's like,
Finding things both here and there.
got Jack right there. You know? Kind of.
You've got everything you need to make something special.
Make it good, at least.
It worked.
Oh, is that a legendary handle? You're running like me, but that still. You have a launch. That's my shorty tail.
Little nub. Rocking the little nubs.
Yep, run upstairs. Is this a smash weapon that I
Climbety
just
climb
went
climb.
down? Is this a smash weapon that I just made?
Nice. If it's a crushing, it might be.
If it's like a hammer looking thing, it's crushed.
Yeah. I mean, it will say on it. It will say crush literally on it.
So say like one minute smash like that. Okay, I'm gonna modify.
Made it count. Snowball.
I guess it's more than. And it's probably not good.
I can't.
Keep hammering away.
But I won't get damaged by this. Like, just like green stuff, I won't get damaged.
Yeah, but at 100, you won't get hurt by it.
Okay, absolutely.
Dead on.
You are right. I was after that, I did crossbow. And then top this water. Just I don't want to keep it on. You know? But you not have it at 100, right?
Days wasting. Get to work while you can.
Right here. What? This is a face. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Take care! That's back to it.
They're on the ropes. Chill. Great shot. Ready to take on the world. Shot through. Flex those smart muscles. That should be enough glow juice for two. feels like a river runs through you.
Gary,
Yes, friend?
watch this. Look how easier it is now.
Oh yeah, totally.
Fire what? Look how much damage I'm doing. That.
Just be glad there's a rope.
Put it. No.
Oh, let's get out of here. Alright, friend, we gotta dip in like 2 minutes, okay?
Fate is funny that way,
Look
but
how
it won't
powerful
always
is that.
make you
And I got
laugh.
like 4 already.
Well, nice. What am I missing? Okay, so I just need to go out this way.
Upsy daisy.
That's this game. That's funny. Larger than that. No.
All right, time for us to dip, my friend.
Not yet.
All right, friends, I most likely be on tonight. Catch you guys later.